Yes, Your Honor. I'm here for Tony Hernandez, the attorney of record judge. He is in Del Rio in felony court this morning. And I just wanted to let the court know that that's where he's at.
All right, is he in Del Rio in felony court for jury trial?
No, not for jury trial, but he's there on appearance.
All right, tell him his client is here on trial.
He doesn't know that, Judge. He just wanted to let the court know that there's a possibility he might not make it back till late this afternoon.
Okay, tell him he needs to make it back because this is a jury case.
Okay.
All right. And tell him his client is dressed for trial in a Nightmare from Elm Street t-shirt. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Dati mihi Anglican police service.
That's literally not true.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Friday. This Friday, the 13th day of the Karen Reed murder trial. What does that hold in store for us? I do not know. But I can tell you, I just added something. To my wife's Walmart order. Don't tell her. It's a surprise. It's Old Bay goldfish. Shh. She may have ordered 2 large boxes of them, which is 2 serving sizes. 2 serving sizes. She doesn't know. She placed the order. And I got the notification that it was in, and it's like, you have 15 minutes to add to your order. And I did. So she's going to go to the store, and they're going to add, and yay! Everyone's happy. Old Bay. What is Old Bay? Oh my goodness. Old Bay she's in the other room. Old Bay is a crab seasoning, like a crab boil seasoning. It's common here on the East Coast and in the South as well, and it is delicious. And it is honestly the best goldfish crackers Pepperidge Farm has ever created. It's better than cheddar. It's better than extra cheddar. It's better than the pizza flavor. It's better than the white cheddar. It's better than all the others. It's Old Bay seasoning, and it is good. It is really, really good. All right. Okay, I just saw some messages. First of all, we need to welcome Greenas. Greenas is first in chat again today. This is 3 times in a row. Greeners, you are not only a repeat offender, you are a habitual offender when it comes to being first in chat, meaning that some people are just gluttons for punishment, and that would be you. So, yeah, it's good. It's good, Greeners, because you got the internet and you do a good job with it. Keep it running for the rest of us. We'll all be happy. We're going to be going to court in a minute. We're not there yet. We've got a few things to do. Court has not started. When it does, you will hear it live right here. I think, I moved to North Carolina for the food. This is a recent discovery. A couple things I have to shout out today. First of all, I'm so excited it's Friday. I'm toying right now. I toyed this idea last time, and I'm kicking myself for not pulling the trigger before. I'm sitting here on eBay, and I have a 2021 Lexus taillight. Matches the model that Karen Reed had in my cart. And I might just need to buy it. Angela sent me a video yesterday that just, it made me think. It made me scratch my head a lot. And it made me think not like nice things about Proctor. It explains the video she sent me, you watch a guy break out a taillight and activate it and show the different lights and how after the red cover is broken off, because it is a red cover over a white diffuser, after the red cover is broken off, it still lights up red because the LEDs themselves are red and they're edge-lit. What edge-lit means is imagine we had a light that was shaped like a pizza, okay, a big round light. The lights would be in the crust. The LED lights, the parts that light up, they're in the crust. But the whole pizza glows because the lights shine in at a diffuser, which catches that light and reflects it out. That's in theory, that's how in actuality, that's how this tail light works. The lights are at the edge of the light, and they reflect the light, they shine the light in, and the diffuser catches it and spreads it out across the tail light evenly. The lights themselves are red. They're LEDs. They're red when they light up. That means they generate a red light on their own. They don't need a cover over them to tint them red. They aren't white unless they're covered, and then they're red. They're red. So the red lights shine through a clear diffuser, and then an additional red cover is placed over the taillight. So you've got these two layers. What this means to me is that when Karen Reed's car was pulling out of her driveway and caught on the Ring camera, and the Commonwealth says, see, look, it's red. It lights up red. It means the diffuser was in place. That clear glass was there. The cover, it could have been broken. She could have backed into him and hit him, and there are red pieces of her taillight at the scene. I'm not arguing that point right now. What I'm saying is that I need to do birthday songs. Okay, we need to do a couple things. I want to get into this. I might need to buy a taillight to do it, but it's all good. Kelly H. sent a gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Kelly. Kate Tastrophe, welcome to the gallery. Thank you for your continued support. And Veritas 0035 says, I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate getting my tonsils out at 43 years old than with all you fine people. Ari, I got you covered on the Old Bay Goldfish. They're so good. Oh, I love them. They're so good. All right. Let's do the music thing. Let's sing happy birthday. Let's get going. I'm fired up. Taillights are expensive. It's $150 and I'm willing to buy it. I can cover that. I just won't buy a camera this month. That's what we're gonna do. It takes 2 to 4 days to get here.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Let's see. I know there's some birthdays. I added Alexa's taillight to Mrs. R.A.'s Walmart shopping order. Thank you, Greenas, for covering that. The material of the taillight's pretty strong. Yeah, that's another argument. It's a good argument, but I'm trying to parse it out and separate it because I think at a very foundational level, the information that we can glean from this taillight is enough to make our decision on the entire case. And I'll explain that here a little bit. We have some birthdays to celebrate, and there are some great people here. So everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're going to sing to Lady Draconis, Corgan, Carla, Brent, Ashley T, and Tracy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lady Draconis, Krogan, Carla, Brent, Ashley T, and Tracy. Happy birthday to you. I got a little behind there. That's probably the worst timing I've ever had. But I got everyone's name right the first time. Lady Draconis, Corgan, Carla, Brent, Ashley T, and Tracy. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Marcia C., Animal Lover. Happy birthday to you. Is that two different people? Marcia C. and Animal Lover? I think it's Marcia C. Animal Lover. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating today. It's a wonderful day. It's a Friday. What a day to have your birthday, right? You get to celebrate all weekend long. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully you're going to turn that pleasure back to you. Make your day a little more special, or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, Waffle House, IHOP, McDonald's, Village Inn, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. think I got all of them. I think that's all of them. Free pancakes. Start your day off right. Marcia C says, Animal Lover, thank you. I'm going to fix my name now. I was just giving you a hard time. Marcia C, it's great. It's great. I love it. Happy birthday. Don't fix your name. It's perfect. Lady Jaconis, you and Corgan share a birthday. Oh, Corgan feels better too. Oh, yeah. Maybe pancakes will help. It's my granddaughter's 13th birthday today. Army Mom, happy birthday to your granddaughter. Okay, air drum solo coming up. Here we go. Everyone help me here. Beautiful. You guys did great. Tammy Dunlap's pancakes are the only ones with special healing properties. I'm fired up because I woke up and I was talking to Mrs. R.A. this morning about the Karen Reed case, and that got my brain going. And I finally got the email that Angela was trying to tell me about yesterday, and that got my brain going. And then I got on eBay and I saw that the price of taillights is good right now, and now's the time to buy them. So I'm like, oh, let's see, free 2 to 4 day delivery. Okay, make sure I get the right one. 2021 Lexus LX 570 red rear right side tail lamp. Are we on the same page here? Is that the one we need? Any objections? Greener says I'm using buy it now. You can't stop me. Buy it now. Do I want 1 year of accident protection plan? Do I anticipate this taillight breaking? I guess is the question they're trying to ask right now. 1 year of accident protection plan. Look, it covers drops, spills, and accidents. 100% parts and labor, no deductibles, 24/7 customer support, 5-day service guarantee. In good faith, I'm not sure if Allstate would honor my claim if I, the day after I got it, filed a claim and said, "Oopsies, oopsies, we had a boo-boo." I'm going to pass on the accident. I'm just going to proceed to check out on that. Now I just need to make the money come from the right place so it can be tax deductible. The accountant says I have to get this right. Pay with Venmo? No. Let's pay with an expired Visa. That doesn't work. Okay, nobody look at my cards. I'm pulling up all the number cards. Need to make sure they use the business one. The business one's marked BS. That's how we know it's business. It's for BS purchases. All right, hold tight. I'm not going to say these numbers out loud, and I'm not going to mouth them either. Don't look. You guys are peeking. And expiration date. Of that year and the security code. Man, they just want everything. Dog Lover says it was 2022. It happened in 2022. Wasn't it a 2021? Before I buy this, someone call the burner. 2022. You're not reading chat. I'm about to click purchase. We need. No one can stop him. Mods, what are you doing? Okay. Miss Carla says it was 20. Okay. I know that the accident happened in 2022, January of 2022. Was the car a 2022 model? Or was it a 2021 model? I need the model year of the car. Angelique. 2021 Lexus 570. I've got both answers. In court yesterday, it was a 2022, says Oda Marie. Can we run the Carfax? The problem is the model year changed at 2021. The Lexus taillight remained the same from 2016 to 2021. So if we're going with 2022, we have a variant. 2022s are released in 2021. Let's see. Eric Steele, 2021 Lexus SUV, specifically a Lexus RX 350. Green is saying I have to get both. Did they publish the VIN? They did not. Let me look at the difference. Let me back up. Cancel checkout. AI is saying 2021 Lexus. I think you're right. Amber's going to pull the VIN. We're going to get this figured out. Uncle Google is saying Karen Reed's car is a 2021 Lexus LX 570. Let me see what the difference is. 2022 Lexus 570 right rear tail light. Oh man, they're pretty similar. Nope, they're different. They've got smoked ones. 2022, they're smoked. And here it says the LX 570, 2016 through 2022. It's the same shape. The lights are the same for 21 and 22. Okay. Just got a text with a report with the VIN number redacted. 2021 LX 570, four-wheel drive. It's tire size 50R20s. It's 8-cylinder, black. Interior was parchment. What's this from? I mean, this is the right information, but the light is red, so there would be no white light, even if the tail light was broken, as long as the diffuser's in place. Let's jump back to that. Nothing like it. Here's what I say. I'm ordering this one. I'm just going to get it. No thanks. I don't want that. I'm getting all these images sent. Oh, all right. That was from a thread. Send it to me. Pay with my card, which I have to now enter again because I didn't quite finish doing that. Hold, please. You know, my wife memorizes credit card numbers. Kid you not. She used to work as selling cars, and people would come in and buy used cars on a credit card, and she would remember the VIN number and everything. Like, she'd have the whole thing memorized. Scary smart she is. And there's my security code. Remember this card for future orders of other taillights. Yes, done. Okay. Okay, taillights ordered. If nothing else, I can use as a light on my desk. All right. This is the part we want to get to. Nothing like it. Thank you very much, first of all. Yes, we're buying an OEM model. We're buying an OEM. You have no sound. That's because I was not talking. I'm sorry. I was typing my credit card number, and if I talked, I would have said the numbers, and that would have been bad. Nothing like it. If the taillight was broken, okay, here's what we've learned about the taillight. The taillight has two layers. Like if you were to turn the car sideways and cut the taillight right down the middle where they say it's broken and look at the side pieces, you'd have red and white next to each other. White is a diffuser and red is a tint, a cover.
You are unmuted.
If the red is gone, it still shows up red because the lights that are located right here shine red light down through the diffuser and it diffuses light out. If the diffuser was broken out, it would have had no light whatsoever because there would only be some light here shining down and this area would be dark. The light doesn't diffuse. It just doesn't spread out like that. The bigger issue, I think...
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do with what honorable, federally known just as the Spirit Court, now sitting at Dedham, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when sitting this court's in session, please be seated.
That's the worst hear ye I've ever heard.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
We could barely hear ye. That's awesome, Corey.
Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their hands. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Taillight will be here early next week, hopefully. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Sergeant, I'll remind you you're still on the road.
Thanks. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Truth. That a sigh?
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Calls for hearsay.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other, without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
Apparently, the memory is on the same wake-up schedule as the hear ye's this morning. Needs a little boost.
May I approach your arm?
Yes.
So you can actually let me do the front page of that, but that is one. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report.
Oh my goodness, I've got some super chats I need to mention here. You guys are amazing. First of all, Lainey Briggs, welcome to the gallery.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Katie Pose, or Posse, one of the two. Your uncle had good analysis of the taillight last night. House light reflection.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah, okay. 5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from
Just looking for something.
From the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there?
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and
That's
5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
It spoke to him. There
You
you go.
weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course,
Cooperate.
you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or a presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
Especially big C words.
So, working off
like
of your
cooperate.
theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34th Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question,
yes.
Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on.
Yeah.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
no,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Fine.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
That's
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
Was there a report?
That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. The exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, a different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different location...
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So
recovered.
the answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m., Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
What's the further? Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Is there any objection?
I think we're going to make a new soundbite.
No objection.
It's going to be this one.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
That's going to be my new soundbite. Selena Ka, well, usually we're not as mean as this in chat. I just don't know what's going on. And not mean. He's being obstinate. He's saying he doesn't want to argue semantics. He's literally arguing semantics.
You indicated that
he won't say certain words because he uses different words for it. That is arguing semantics.
The was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, Ron?
Okay.
And this is not a lay witness. This is the boss of the lead investigator. Oh, sorry, case agent. If we don't argue semantics.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible?
And biggen, please.
Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what is that description?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
them?
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
Yeah. So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Which was a commentary as well. This is a lot of spice. For chain of custody.
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person?
We are.
Every one. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
No.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times?
Sure.
Over the years?
Sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature?
Some evidence bags, some notes.
Mr. Buchanan needs to know he's not getting Trooper Proctor his job back by this. I don't know why he's choosing this hill to die on.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
We're doing handwriting analysis. This will be objected to in a heartbeat, I think.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
He's trying to pick it apart. If he says yes and it's a report handwritten by Michael Proctor, he's stepping the first step into a trap.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is. Based on the individuals interviewed, might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note. Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
These highlight?
Yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight? Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document, please?
With this document, the judge says, "I want to see the handwriting." I don't think AJ is going to get this. Forcing a witness to do a comparison and handwriting analysis. As much as I'd like to see this go through, I think the Commonwealth is going to win this one, and we're not going to get to see it. But the jury might be able to do this on their own. Amber, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm just fine.
You seem so jovial this morning. It's refreshing.
It was wonderful. I went to bed at 1:30, slept like a baby till 8:30, and here I am. So
I was going to say you sound quasi well rested.
Yeah, I slept like all the way through the night for that period from 1:30 to 8:30. So it was usually I don't, but my mind's
so I'm gonna do my good morning everybody that's saying good morning Amber. I'm gonna do my chat mom spiel. If y'all can't,
you guys
be nice
been naughty.
Chat,
I've been watching the video. Are you guys been naughty over there? Be nice, everyone. Okay, go ahead, chat mom.
If you can't get along with somebody else, please don't bicker in chat. Block them or just drop the subject or take it off of this platform for chatting. It's not the place to have some super deep discussions about things, okay? Please don't argue with the mods. The mods are doing the best they can. There are 3 of us actively in here for the duration of the day. If you keep calling things out that we missed, you're just calling light to things. Yeah. It's not helping us or chat.
And mods will ban those as well.
All help.
Calling something out
Correct.
for the mods to do something will get you banned. It's the same punishment as the person who did it. I realize that's a terrible parenting advice, but it's the only way we can manage chat.
It's the only way we can manage over 2,000 people in a chat room. So we all know we are friends and family here. Let's keep it that way, please.
Yeah.
I don't like these phone calls.
And
okay,
please,
bye. I'm done.
Thanks, bye. and please listen to Amber, because if it gets much worse, they're going to start demanding pay, and I can't afford them. So please be nice to our mods. Please. I need them. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Bye. All right. Good. The problem the problem with just adding more mods is first of all, the mod has to learn how to read my mind because I do a terrible job training. I do a terrible job presenting my ideas or what I want on the channel. So they have to learn how to read my mind, and in doing so, they are inevitably going to ban more people. And if you think that just add more mods, get rid of those problem people, some people might think that you are the problem person, and you might be in the banned. I've gotten so many messages. Why was I banned? I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't say anything wrong.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, AJ
in
was
the ordinary
crossing
course
stuff
of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence
wasn't allowed.
Fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
so it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope. Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand. Let's use that word. Secondhand information to the person who's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's first-hand information. I passed that along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes, okay. But you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence...
Melissa, welcome to the gallery.
Can I have the actual piece of evidence?
I'm sorry, which one?
The phone Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
We don't give out reports, but we are able to see individuals and how many deleted comments they've had. We can look at individual users and see who's problematic. What the deleted comments were. You're at the top, DMB. You're at the top. You're good. You're golden. No worries. Is there an appeal process? Yes, but it's handwritten and you need a transcript. It usually takes 10 months for the transcript or 6 months for the transcript to become available. Y'all have a record. You guys are funny. So the objection the state won on that last sidebar, the handwriting analysis, as fun as it would have been to put side by side Trooper Proctor's all caps writing of the name Buchanan and having them be mirror images of each other.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
Ivan, I'm hoping the spell check got you here. Helping a friend. Off heroin? Doing good work, if that's what it is. Ivan, thank you very much, my friend. Love you, man. 26 months. Thank you, thank you. Brandy Joe, thank you. I think we're up to almost 550 right now. Judge Canoni does not like delays, and when a witness is reading something slowly, she doesn't like it.
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those for the crime lab?
Jump.
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
It is.
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712, you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Baca, thank you very much. Love and hugs to all. 27 months, one of our OGs. Thank you. Ivan, also an OG. 27. Ivan's got, how many months you got, Ivan? 26 months. Another OG. I think it would help him if he were more aware as to things that will eventually be dragged out of him and can be dragged out of him. Pick his battles, Mr. Buchanan. If he picks his battles and does it a little more wisely, I think it would be much more effective instead of being a stick in the mud for things that he agrees with. Honestly,
did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession. No.
When you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. Mr.
Just
Brennan,
for the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
Mr. Brennan's like, we're headed for sidebar. The smart water has been refilled. Chain of custody issues are huge.
As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
by the Commonwealth not calling Proctor.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
They've subjected Buchanan to Proctor's scrutiny.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
Oh, Ivan, I'm sorry, man.
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay. But that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw that reference.
The day I picked up the single piece with Can PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha. Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Is this to refresh recollection?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, What do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else.
The first one's an evidence bag with some.
Tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase. The date of that evidence collection, according to that. On the bag,
the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the,
There's also a date at the.
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
Second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's
huge.
Identified by a lab number, I believe.
So here's the problem. Snow's almost melted on the 10th. On the 11th, they show up and find a massive piece of plastic
So
in
one page is an evidence bag, the other page
in that 50 square feet area.
In the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
I don't know how you can object to the
no objection
officer's photographs of evidence collection.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to-scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what. I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, You also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right. If we could go to the second page, it would be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th. Right, to pick up a piece of, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the rule. Generally.
Yes.
How big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Parker. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document.
Did you show Mr. Brennan? I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look. I must have missed your first request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic, and third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Okay. Exhibits 113A
B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a LIMS number?
LIMS, L-I-M.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
716.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 716.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably
8.
Probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
4 to 5.
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
3. Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Were these found in the same general area?
Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes.
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
It was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
Mm-hmm. On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th. The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down.
Why did the biggest pieces get found last in that same general area?
I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had a, what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach Your Honor?
Yes.
They have to overcome the hearsay problem for anything Mr. Albert could have texted. They can't read in anything that Karen texted because that would, she needs to take the stand for that to come in. This is the hearsay issue, keeping something that we all want to hear and see out. I'm not sure if he can get around the rule. Hearsay, a simple term, is basically any statement made out of court. If it's not said under oath by the witness themselves on the stand, it's hearsay with a bunch of exceptions. There are exceptions to hearsay. They need to show those exceptions to let them in. Let's see if we can get past it. My favorite exception is excited utterance. Yes, that's an exception to hearsay. Present sense impression. The prosecution gets to get around anything that Karen Reed said because that's a statement against interest by a party opponent, by the defendant. Now's a good time to check a couple of milestone messages. Give me just 1 second. Special K, thank you very much for a massive super chat. Thank you. The taillight has been ordered. Lady Draconis, reminder, Mother's Day coming up. It's already arrived, by the way. She saw where it came from. She knows what she's getting. Ann Cloutier, gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Tease T sent 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Everything Tumblr Tutorials by Rebecca. Remember, for 13 months, assumed. Selena K gifted a super chat here as well. Well, usually we're not as mean as this in chat. I just don't know what's going on. We're riled up a little bit, and that's okay. We're going to be nice to each other. Rianne K, member for 4 months. Please pray for my mom. She is still in ICU and getting sicker. Oh no, Rianne. She doesn't have long and I'm afraid to lose her. Thanks for Rianne. I am so sorry. Please, anyone who's able to jump in on this request, please help Rianne out a little bit and have her and her family in your thoughts and prayers. That would be much appreciated, Rianne. We'll be praying for the best for you and her. Melissa Dybell, welcome to the gallery. Welcome. Ivan Victor, 26 months. I understand lost to heroin this week. It's my understand that you lost a friend. And I apologize. That's hard. Thanks for doing the good work, helping the family out. Brandy Joe says there are 2,000 of us watching. We need 100. We've only got 150 likes. We're up over 750 now. We're well on our way to 1,000. Thank you for clicking the like button. Baka, thank you. 27 months as well. Cassie L, welcome to the gallery. Ivan, once again with the super chat. Thanks again. Appreciate that. And he came in with a little snarky comment a bit later about the Pope, Chicago producing the Pope before the Bears could get a second Super Bowl. K9 Gunner Tactical, what software do you use to stream? I don't. I use hardware. K9 Gunner. I use Blackmagic Design, ATEM, Extreme, ISO, SDI. I know that's a ton, but it's a piece of equipment that takes 8 SDI connections, not HDMI, SDI connections, which are the twist lock. And I can switch between them. It plugs straight into the internet and sends straight to YouTube without any computer. I could have 0 computers on my desk and still stream with that hardware. It's dedicated. It does nothing else, and it does very, very well. It's limited to 1080p. I can't go 4K. 4K would be another $4,000 to bump up to the 4K live stream. If you got questions, Canine Gunner, or for your channel, I'd be happy to do anything I can to help you out. If you need more info, text me on the burner phone. Meg says, how many days were they collecting this evidence? It was a few. There's Ivan's note as well. Julie comes in with the super emoji sticker. Thank you. Always appropriate. Katrina Hetherington, member for 13 months. Katrina, thank you very much. I think you've been here longer. Welcome to the gallery. Bite Me, Buttercup sends hugs and butter sugars to everyone. Thank you, Bite Me and Rebecca. Appreciate that. Hope the counting goes well today, if that is what you're doing. She counts mosquitoes for a living. It's not that I want you to be out of a job, but I hope some days you just don't count very many. I'm not a big fan of mosquitoes. Rocky Wallingford, member for 21 months, says, fun, OG. 21 months. Thank you, Rocky. Appreciate it. Let's see. You didn't finish your thought. What made you think when you read the email last night you spoke of? Couple things. When we talk about the taillight, and we just ordered one. We just ordered a taillight for Lexus. If the light was red, the diffuser had to be in place. If the diffuser is in place, it can't be broken out of the taillight. Okay? That's the thought process. The diffuser makes the light appear all over the surface of the light. It's clear. The light is red. Even with the red part gone, the second layer diffuser has to be there for the light to appear like the taillight illuminates in that area. That's just how it works. It's an edge lit by LED, red LED, edge lit. That's how it works. Commonwealth says it's red, and it shows up. They showed it. They testified as she pulled out of the driveway on the Ring camera on John O'Keefe's house. It showed up red. If it's red, that means the diffuser's there. The diffuser cannot be gone on the tail light now, unless we have a problem. Right? The second problem I have has to do with the right-hand side of the taillight and a picture that I'm going to see if I can show to you. I wish I could give credit to where this picture is from, and if somebody knows what blogger, what Redditor, you name it, came up with this picture, it would be helpful. I know these are crime scene pictures. It just has annotation on it that makes it a little bit easier to understand. So give me just 1 second. I'll show this picture for you.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a half an hour break.
Court, all rise, please. Jury exiting, just fold your notebooks and just step right up. Thank you.
Okay, great time for a picture. So we're going to come up with MP1. There we go. Okay, here's our picture. I don't know who did this. These are photographs that are from the court. So these are images that were put together. The top right-hand corner is the assembled version that I forget what lab technician did this. They have the lab stickers on them, the marking stickers. That is the taillight reassembled. And you can see that sort of like in the middle, there's almost a square version, almost a parallelogram, sort of diamond shape that's missing. That's the only significant chunk that has not been found.
I need you to stay for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get... I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and
Okay. And I need copies as well. Okay. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, this is a win for defense.
All right, so we'll see you back here a half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
We have a half-hour timeout. That we'll talk about that in just a minute. Stuff's coming in. Stuff the defense wants to come in. They want to ask Mr. Buchanan about. it's coming in. They have to give a copy to Mr. Brennan. They have to give a copy to the witness. It's about to get spicy. Okay, that's what I'm saying here. It's about to get spicy. Back to the taillight picture. If I get rid of my picture here, at the bottom right hand corner, this is a screenshot from the. I think this is actually a screenshot of Emily D. Baker's live stream in the bottom left hand corner. Excuse me, that shows the red lens. And I believe this, the red lens in place on the outside edge, not the little horizontal line that would be a separate sort of like a side taillight marker, but the outside edge in place as the car leaves. The red in the top right hand corner, the purple circled portion or highlighted portion, were the pieces, those large pieces recovered by Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan at the crime scene later, after the fact. Notice how the parts they found are all one section of the taillight, and the parts that CERT found were from a different section of the taillight. I want to confirm this. I believe this is accurate, and that's the only reason why I'm sharing this. I believe this is accurate, that the parts divided up like that. I believe this causes a problem. Okay? I believe this causes a problem. It's not just a problem about the piece was so big you should have found it earlier. Yeah, I believe that's an issue. That's something for the jury to consider, but there could have been a pile of snow it could have been under. That's a possibility. There could have been a clump of snow, and it just so happened that the last 3 clumps of snow on the yard happened to be covering up the last 3 massive chunks of taillight. Possibility. I'll give the Commonwealth that. How did all of one section of the taillight get found at one time, and another section of the taillight get found at another time? Unless the yard was searched thoroughly and everything that was there was found. That was the first section. Additional taillight arrived at the yard, and the yard was searched again later on, and the additional taillight was found. I can't see a reasonable explanation for the division of pieces being found on different dates other than that. This, to me, is a strong piece of evidence suggesting that evidence was planted possibly by Trooper Proctor, because his fingerprints are all over this. I mean, it's all him on this. The coincidence level on this would have to be, remember how we talked about rolling 3 dice and not just getting 6s, but having them land on top of each other, all stacked neatly, perfectly square? It's that level of coincidence for me in my head. This doesn't just happen. So if I am wrong on any of that, on the taillight, specifically the portions that are recovered, you can see that we've got bigger pieces on the right. We've got the bigger pieces that were just testified to and measured, 6 inches here, 7 inches there, 8 inches, 4 inches. That is the larger chunks of pieces. And then we have little pieces on the left of the taillight. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Amanda sent a text to the burner. Just 1 second. I wish I could give credit to whoever documented that a little bit and circled it. There's another issue as well, and when the taillight arrives here, I'll be able to demonstrate that a little bit. My phone is so slow at receiving messages; it still hasn't come in. All right, there's Amanda's. Okay, I can't play videos and somebody else's video on the air because I'll get copyright stricken, but I can look at it some other time. All right. When I cut up the credit card, I put the pieces in several different trash cans, so that's a reconstruction so that a reconstruction like that is impossible. I'm not smart enough to watch the trial on my own, says Brandy Joe. There are so many smarter people than me who are watching this and drawing out some very interesting questions from the evidence we've got. Okay, you guys asked for a side-by-side. We have evidence that, well, let's go right here. We have two labels. Hang on, we've got a call coming in. I think this is Amanda.
Amanda H.
It is. Amanda, how are you doing? Amanda, are you there?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
Hey, that video, I somehow went down a rabbit hole last night. It's talking about you could tell the pictures are edited because on the top above like the tail light, it has like a little ledge on it, and it talks about how the snow built up there, and it blocks part of the light. So when you're seeing it where they said it was busted out, it's the snow blocking. It's very interesting.
Okay, that's the rear view of her tail, the back of the car from the police camera vantage point. I'd have to look at that. And honestly, that's a crappy picture to begin with. So I don't know.
Well, that's what he's talking about, showing that it's been edited. You'll just have to watch it. But for anybody else I recommend watching it because I went down a rabbit hole last night. So
there are a lot of rabbit holes. I'm trying not to chase the ones that I think are more fringe, and that one for me has fallen in that category. As a video editor myself, the telltale marks of editing, unless you're like next level great, and let's admit it, Canton is not. Okay. They can be drawn out really well, and it has to do with pixel sizes and everything else. But Amanda, thank you very much for that. I want to show this evidence real quick because this is a fun one that I think Mr. Buchanan is not going to like. Thank you very much. We'll see you, Amanda.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Not there yet. Thanks for covering this case so well. I love this case because it makes me think so much on both sides. I mean, the state put forward a great case so far. It's starting to crack around the edges for me a little bit. I have questions. This is one of them. We have an evidence piece right here. This was just admitted earlier today. This was the evidence that was collected by Sergeant Buchanan, where he said we collected these 6 pieces at the address. We don't know where. It was just the general area. And a month later, it was admitted. More than a month later, it was booked into evidence. So look at the handwriting here. He says one of 4 people wrote this. And Sergeant Proctor was one of those 4 people, and he doesn't have a recollection of which one it was. But one of those 4 people wrote this. And I want you to look at the John O'Keefe there at the bottom. Look at the J. Look at the O of John O'Keefe. Look at the O for the last name. And now I'm going to scroll the wheel just a little bit and jump to the other label right here. Oh, let's go back the other way. Let's go back this way. This one. The other label right here. Come on, let's make this a little easier. There, side by side. Okay, so here's our 6 pieces. You see that? That's the 6-piece label that was collected by Sergeant Buchanan. And here's the other label written by Trooper Proctor. Look at the John O'Keefe. Look at John O'Keefe. John. Look at the A, or the H in John. The H in John. The angles of the N. Angle of the N, how it's written. I'm not a handwriting expert, but I'm seeing a lot of similarities. Look at 34 Fairview. Look at the address, 34 Fairview. The 4 starts with a down and over. There's sort of gap between the left side of the 4 and the right. Yep, nailed it. Look at Fairview. Look at the A in Fairview. A in Fairview. Canton, C-A-N-T-O-N. C-A-N-T-O-N. That same leaning N on the upward stroke of the first N. The backwards roll back on the top stroke of the last N. The same on both. There is just similarities here that are unbelievable for me. I think we know who filled it out, and it was Proctor. If it was Proctor, why is that important? Well, it means that Proctor had a bag of evidence. We just know some pieces were collected. They were photographed after they were put in the lab. He had a bag of pieces of taillight for a month. And then he found more. It was testified that Proctor wrote the other one. That's all we know. Is we know by the witness's testimony. Buffer's gone unnoticed twice. I was ignoring it. I was busy. Jennifer, I'm just trying to draw out. When they show us something, I want to look at it closer, and the replay machine lets me pause and roll back around and look at things that way. It's the same handwriting. This is the conclusion I came to, but Mr. Buchanan does not want to admit Proctor's involvement in anything. Every time Proctor has signed anything, Trooper Proctor signed everything, it's been extracted like you would pull a tooth from Mr. Buchanan. He does not want to say it. And anywhere he's got some, I don't recall, he's sticking with that. I mean, these aren't actual search, signed, sealed, and delivered search warrants. You know, you say it's a search warrant. How do I know it's actually a search warrant? It says the affiant is Proctor, but I don't know the affiant is Proctor. He's played this game throughout his whole testimony. Let me look at the buffer. Where was the buffer? Look at my and Josh's message in mod chat, please. Thank you. Okay. Do you want me to make more? I see you guys are talking about Wendy's. They have the menu looks delicious. Who posted the Wendy's nutrition menu in mod chat for me to get hungry? Now I'm thinking about food. All right. Another picture. I've seen that picture before, but it hasn't come in evidence this time. I think we need to wait until that comes in because I want to hear more about it. Army Mom gifted a membership. Thank you, Army Mom. Squinty Bubbles, welcome. Welcome, courtesy of Army Mom. Notice Buchanan's badge number isn't written on his bag, but Proctor's has his badge number. Little details. Now I want a Frosty. And if you get a Frosty, if you're Mrs. RA, you need to get fries to dip in it. Would you cover that much for a friend that got fired? I'll say this about Trooper Buchanan. Either he is rotten to the core, or he believes and stands by the integrity of the investigation. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it's the second, that he believes and stands by the integrity of the investigation. But that would mean that he may internally be refusing to scrutinize key players within his own team to look at the possibility that something might have been done that was nefarious. And if he refuses to look at that or consider that, I don't believe I would count him as integrous. Is that a word? Integrity. Maintaining integrity. I think you have to look at it. There's enough circumstantial evidence that you have to look at that and say, could this be the case? Integrous, sure, why not? Hey, let's ask the all-knowing. Define integrous.
Here's some info about Integrous Health.
Come on, it's a word. Did I make up a word? Please make it be a word. Webster's, RA's dictionary. Integral, 'tis not a word. I usually do. I make up words. Remember last time? I know it's very close to the other word, which shall never be searched for online again. And I know how to say it now. It's indecorous. Indecorous. Not integral. Integral means a central key player, a middle, a key part, like the keystone of an arch is integral to the construction and the forming of the arch. But possessing integrity. Integritus, is that it? Is that the word? Wow, look, I was today years old when I found the first missing word in the U.S. in the English language. Integris should be a word. Lacking integrity. It's the reverse of lacking integrity. This is a word? Okay, hang on. I just can't get Grok to define. Oh, I messed that up. Spell check caught me. It just sent me the dictionary. Integris is an adjective meaning having or characterized by integrity. It's a word. It's a word. I was fine. It was not a new word. I just used it correctly. Do you remember when you asked Siri for a word and it misunderstood you, started to explain a naughty word? Yes, the word I tried to get it to define. You can do this on your own phone. I'm not going to do this. I asked Siri to define the word indecorous. And Siri did not think I said indecorous. Siri thought I said something that had a T in it instead of a D, a T and D. So do it on your own phone and just see what your phone, Don't try this at work. I'm just saying, don't try this at work. I said indecorous. All right, we are a few minutes out still. I got a reminder today from my mods that I need to make a few things, and I suggested today one more clip that might make it to the Soundbite level. Okay, and it would be, let's see. Let me find it. This one. Need sound on.
Matter, right? I mean, you're testifying. So
this one right here.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree.
I'm not going to argue about semantics. His entire testimony is arguing about semantics. I'm sorry. I'm going to bust his chops on that one. Deborah Kaiser gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Deborah. Hashtag semantics. Let me...
I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Okay, I think I've got it. All right, semantics. We need to spell it with an X, of course. So, just somebody text me and remind me. I need hear ye, and semantics. The problem is getting it from this machine, from right there. Oops. I'm getting text saying semantics and hear ye. There you go. All right. I need a new timeline. copy that. New timeline. We're going to paste it in. Trim the in and outs. Trim the out backwards. And then export. Just that easy. I love DaVinci Resolve for this. It's a pretty beefy program. But man, it makes exporting highlights really, really simple. Okay, it's exporting semantics. And now we go back to the other timeline. We could just go back to here. There we go. All right. We're halfway there. All right. Lee says, I use DaVinci Resolve. It's so much fun. Lee, man, since we're in break, what just happened there? That was weird. This thing, if you use DaVinci Resolve, sorry, I'm touching the button. I shouldn't. Why is my camera not focusing? Let's see if we can focus on this. A little more precise. There we go. This keyboard is absolutely fantastic for DaVinci Resolve. It's a DaVinci Resolve replay editor. It's wireless. Sorry, it's still talking to you because I keep bumping it. It's got the little jog wheel, so you can backwards and forwards it as much as you want. So, like, I've got change it up on my screen. I can go back and forth, high speed, slow speed, anything you want, just with a jog wheel. You can get to anything super fast. New timelines, you can slow motion. I can slow it down and do my percentage of how fast I want it to play. Mark ins and outs. Run to the timeline, dump it. Everything. It's a replay machine. And if you start doing like a multi-camera event where you have 4 or 5 cameras all at the same time, you can record a highlight and then just jump between all the different clips. It's fantastic. And something like that normally runs in the world of video. Like if you're doing sports photography and stuff like that, a replay machine typically runs $20,000 to $35,000, and that's a $600 keyboard with DaVinci Resolve, which you have to buy the Pro version to use. But so under $1,000 for a full replay machine, it's pretty good. You do need a few other parts. You need high-speed NAS storage, and you need to run it off a Mac that's beefy enough to do it, but it's worth it.
And now let Murdoch stole it.
Alex stole it. Going back to court here for just a minute. Alyssa says, no idea what you're talking about, Ray, but it sounds awesome. It's a lot of fun. It's fun. I do have all the toys, Pamela. It's an addiction. And it's one that I don't think is curable.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Y'all quit asking him tech stuff. He's now spinning buttons. Melissa, it's fun. You know what I love doing? I love taking some of these toys. I call them toys. They're tools. But they can be toys in the right hands. And I love showing them to kids. Like I'll set up I did a parenting class, and one of the parents had their kids, come in afterwards, and they were like, hey, they were having cookies and stuff before we left. And the kid's like looking at all the buttons, like he sees the lights. I'm like, hey, let me show you how to control this camera. So I put, the camera up on the big screen in the room and let him just control and zoom around. And the kid's just like giggling, like a kid at Christmas. He's like, look at this, I can zoom in on Dad's face. And he's zooming in until it's just like eyeball and stuff like that. And I'm like, I love it. I love exposing kids to what's possible with technology.
Now let Murdoch stole it.
Because this hobby brings me so much joy that I like to share that with people.
Squirrel.
Finish wiring up the semantics command. Okay. I'll do that.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I don't know where I exported it to. Just one second.
Bring the jury.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Oh, you're welcome. Semantics. Nope.
Have them send someone with more experience.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Let's see.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
We'll break for lunch when it's
In front of
lunchtime.
the Walmart.
Right now, what's going on right now in court is Trooper Mechanic is reviewing a sizable
How does he do that?
amount of text messages, possibly
The zombie apocalypse may be
between
upon us.
Brian Albert and
I
John
saw,
O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
I saw a chicken fight.
Don't miss the floor.
You guys, you guys are using all the buttons. He's trying to, make himself acquainted with that. He's got half an hour to do it. It only stands to reason if the judge allowed half an hour to familiarize Mr. Buchanan with these text messages, there's going to be a few questions about it. This is not going to be a quick, can you confirm that this did occur? He is going to be reading through all these and be able to, and probably answer that, yes, there was flirtation. Yes, there were signs of some sort of amorous intentions. I don't know what you might say there in these commands, in these text messages. You guys are messing up with the commands. Technology made us lazy. Only negative I have. Oh, man. But it makes things possible that weren't possible otherwise. Half an hour. Greeners has an idea. Make the hear ye have multiple versions, like Alex. I can do that. And then, like, if you're lucky, you'll get the guy who's like, hear ye, hear ye. The Eeyore version that we got this morning. I can do that. We can have multiple sound bites. Greeners, that's a great idea. What's your favorite button? Like your favorite child? It's in the top corner under here. And it's lit up red right now. I'm not sure if you can see it. Favorite button is the top right-hand corner, and it says on air. That's the button I push to go live. The verdict music button is a close second. How far off 65K? We're like 100 away, 100 subscribers away from 65,000. All right. We were staring at the light here. It's sort of making... It's really bright. I think we need to iris down a tiny bit. I have a favorite mod, but I'm not telling. So. Blinded by the light. What's the next line to that song? Thank you. I just texted the cameraman, and he fixed it. Don't go there. I just don't know if anyone knows what the next line is. I'm not sure if we can type it in chat, if it's what I think it is. Revved up like a deuce. You know the runner in the night. Revved up like a deuce. I don't know. Don't start trouble with that lyric. Motion to play gray is the new green. We've got a few minutes. Let me see if I can pull it up.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Hang on, I'm still. You got me sidetracked. I was doing the soundbite. Users, RA, semantics. Okay, I need to move it from where it is.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Okay. Computer. Users. RA. There's semantics. Copy. We're going to move it over to the big dill drive. paste. All right, now we can go over here. We turn off chat. Remind me to turn chat back on when I'm done with this.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Commands. Connect to Big Dill. There's semantics. Oh, it's movie. Okay, we're getting there. Hang on.
In front of the Walmart.
Semantics is in downloads. Now I'll make a new command.
I'm not a cat.
We're going to mirror whoopin'. Oh, I almost deleted whoopin'. That's not good. Mirror. Copy. Semantics. Okay, wait for it. Delete that. Man, this is a harder process because I have to extract the audio from the video really quickly. Otherwise, it'll play a video every time you push the button, and we don't want that to happen. File. People are going in and out of the house. There's semantics. We're going to play it so you guys can hear. It sounds like this.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Okay. We're going to edit the volume a tiny bit. It's all the way up. File export as audio only.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Nope. It's exported. Select audio file.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge? Happy birthday. You look good.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Hang on. I'm working here. Amber's going on strike because I've got a whole list of things that I'm supposed to do, and this was the latest one, and I'm doing that instead of what I'm supposed to.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Have a good call.
Call from Hit and Rum.
Hit and Rum, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. They're not coming back, are they?
The camera's jiggling a little bit, so people might be coming to the courthouse. We'll keep a close eye on it. What's on your mind first?
So what bothers me most about this whole thing about the poor John laying there is nobody looked when they were backing up, like out of the driveway. Like, wouldn't you just look?
Yeah.
And didn't they go past them?
They backed up and then pulled forward past the house, which would have said that if your headlights were on, your headlights would have swept the. Thank you for the water. Your headlights would have swept the yard, so the driver at least would have had a pretty good opportunity had he been looking in the right direction to see that.
Yeah, that really bothers me. I don't know. I think this whole thing is suspect.
It's got some questions to it for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Still trying to find out where this file exported to. And it's saved in downloads. No. Oh, no. Cancel. I think I messed up. It's in downloads. Okay.
In front of the Walmart.
Lumia Stream will not show me
I was kicked back.
my files.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Oh, found it. It was missing. It was my fault. Okay, let's test the audio.
I'm not going to argue about semantics.
Bring the jury.
That's as loud as it gets.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Are we gonna address subject matter jurisdiction?
You're talking about stuff that is
All right. It's done. I did one. There you go. Semantics is done. That's how long it takes to build one.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Okay. You can cross that one off the list. Now, one more thing for
Is
you.
that correct?
We're going to play Gray is the New Green, and then the court will be back. This is a song that we play to help people who don't feel necessarily included or seen in chat, where they maybe they feel overlooked by gifted memberships.
Because he's the guy.
And because of that, we're going to play this one for you.
In the land of pixels, here we meet. Gray's the color of our simple seats. No flashy lights, no fancy scheme. It's low-key love in a cyber dream. Slow mode life, we're taking it easy. Calm in the chat, everything looks breezy. No golden throne, no crown on screen. Yet still I feel like royalty unseen. Gray is the new green, don't you know? In the digital glow, we take it slow. No need for emojis or special code. We're riding high on this mellow road. Gifted green lights up the scene. A ticket to a world unseen. But here in Gray, we find our creed. No extra flair, just what we need. No temp seats, no quick retreats, just hanging out in these cyber streets. Gray dust clouds, our silent beam, a hidden treasure in the live stream. Gray is the new green, don't you know?
I hit the play button and 47 memberships got gifted. And then 48 now. Bug Duggar keeps sending them. Thank you. This is one of the better songs we have on the channel. And then Mary Tedeschi, huge super sticker. Thank you very much for that. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you for your support. Congratulations, and I think we just hit 50 gifted memberships in the last couple minutes. Angelique, let me go through this really quickly. Greena's. Oh, there's a buffer too. There's a buffer. Hang on. What's the buffer about? Why don't you create a command for Suno or site? Maybe it's on the list, isn't it, Amber? I will eventually. Okay, so quickly before these disappear. Greener's gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. Darlene gifted 5 memberships. Gally May gifted a membership. Thank you. We've got Janet Cameron, who gifted a membership, followed by Shark K, who gifted 5 memberships. Josh gifted 20 memberships. Bug Duggar gifted another membership. Jennifer Juniper gifted a membership. We've got Mary Tedeschi gifted a membership. Bug Duggar gifted again. I'm sorry, these are not appearing on screen the way I want them to. Angelique gifted a membership. Sloth Leaf Blower gifted a membership. Selena K gifted a membership. Kelly H gifted a membership. Jamie C gifted a membership. And Renee Valzo Williams. Butcher your name, Renee. I'm sorry about that. The other Jules also gifted 5. I think I missed a couple in there. Let's see if I can go through this way. Holy cow. Army Mom gifted a membership before that. Veritas 0035 gifted a membership. Deborah Kaiser gifted 5. Bug Duggar gifted 1. Lallison gifted 1. Bug Duggar gifted 1. Bug Duggar gifted 1. Melissa P gifted 1. Gally May gifted 1. Janet Cameron gifted 1. Sharkay gifted 5. There's Josh's 20. Thank you very much, Josh, for that. Bug Duggar gifted again. Jennifer Juniper, Mary Tedeschi, thank you for your super sticker. We're not coming back to court quite yet. We're still waiting. Audio's on. We won't miss anything. After Mary, let's see, we had Bug Duggar again, Angelique again, Slothleaf Blower, Selena K. You guys, they're coming in faster than I can read. Selena K. Peter Ware, thank you, Peter. Kelly H. gifted a membership. Jamie C. gifted a membership. There's Renee's gifted membership. Thank you, Renee. The other Jules gifted 5. After the other Jules, we have Kiki D's Garden. Hello, Kiki D. Hope your garden is doing well. Bree Roz gifted a membership. Nicole Watson. Red Pen. Red gifted 5 memberships. Alyssa gifted a membership as well. Good grief. Oh, this is getting hard to even scroll to. They're going so fast. Alyssa gifted a membership. Linda Lou gifted a membership. DSN gifted a membership. Hey, DSN. Creative B, Debbie, thank you much. Gifted a membership as well. And I caught up. Look at that. I did it. So just for the... Oh, well, apparently you're not done. I'm sorry. Natalie O gifted a membership. Alley Cat gifted a membership. And Sheila in New York gifted the 100th membership today. Frosty Jen, you're at 101. Thank you very much. So many people in green now. That is wonderful. You guys are not stopping. Hope S. Thank you. Someone's leaving a message. It's like a doctor's appointment message. Hope S, thank you very much. BGOG gifted a membership. Alexa Seamy gifted a membership. Stacy Ray gifted a membership. Wow. You realize all these people are going to get to give membership messages now. This is, I don't know who all. Georgia Culture. I guess it's a little late to say, make sure you have your gifted membership setting turned on. Because wow, oh my goodness, thank you. First of all, I love that we have so many members. I love it. If you're a member, you escape the slow mode. You escape slow mode. Tumwater Troy comes in with the gifted membership. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. Yes, it's on the list. I put it on. Yanking your chain. Yes, commands are easier. Yes. Bite me, Rebecca. Thank you very much. Gifted a membership. It's like the Oprah show. You get a membership. You get a membership. Becklington. That is awesome. This is madness. It is madness. I have to say this is a community unlike any other. We can have our disagreements now and then, and it's good. It's great. I love that we have people who disagree and who feel differently than I do and are willing to share that with me and help me learn and educate me in chat. I appreciate that. But I think what you see here and what you've seen happen with the gifted memberships is that at the end of the day, we are still friends. And we like being here with each other. We like hearing the other people's opinions. We like hearing people that challenge us and teach us and do so in a way where, we can have the discussion and then, can't wait to talk to them again tomorrow, even though we didn't agree today. Thank you for that. AJS member for 10 months says, good day from Perth, Australia. Thank you so much for my gifted membership. AJS, thank you from down under. Appreciate you being here. Kelly gifted a membership. Thank you. Ricky C gifted 5 memberships. I'm missing them. They're going too fast. The Brown Bar says, all of this just for hitting play. What an amazing community. The play reminds people, but this community was amazing before that song was created. This exact thing has played out time and time again as people just express to each other and to the channel their support. So thank you. Celio gifted 5 memberships as well. We're up to 117, just for the record. 117 gifted memberships today. All right, I need to see what you guys are seeing. Okay, we're seeing the courtroom. That's good. AJS gifted a membership. Did I get everybody? I Rescue Dogs. Thank you very much. If for some reason I missed your gifted membership, I do apologize. OG Sean White gifted 10 more memberships. We're up to 125 now. That is incredible.
Bring the jury.
That we'd like the jury to come back. I think there may be a limit on how many times you can be gifted. Sanchef, I've asked my YouTube rep about that, and they don't give us firm answers. Basically, they're not taught that information. They say, well, I can ask about it, and usually we don't get an answer. But their general understanding is that YouTube algorithm favors people who are new to a channel and active. So they're new, they come in, they subscribe, they like, and they start commenting. That raises them quite a bit in the algorithm. If you do that on a channel you've never been on before, where gifted memberships are frequent, it's very common to receive a gifted membership right away. That's like the first sort of target. You have to realize that YouTube does everything they do for one reason, and one reason only, and that is money. They want to make money. And gifted memberships for them are an opportunity to make money because they are collecting money from the purchase of the gifted membership. But somebody who has a membership might be inclined to say, hey, I liked those membership benefits. I liked not having slow mode. I liked having access to the emojis. I liked, the perks that come with that. I like being able to have a seat and have reserved seating. And now, even though my gifted memberships run out, I might be willing to splurge and buy myself a membership. That's why they have it. And so YouTube targets newer people because the odds of them doing that are higher than, say, somebody who's been with the channel for a year or two and has never purchased their own membership. They've received gifted memberships that haven't purchased. So YouTube's a little sneaky that way. It doesn't mean they can't get one, but it seems to be harder to hit people who have been here longer. And I wish they would change that. I wish they'd just make it.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
I wish they would change it and make it just a straightforward random draw, or at least let us target people, because there are sometimes we want to give a gifted membership as a thank you to somebody or something like that. But Tipsy Tracy gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you. Hopefully that explains the membership thing a little bit. And look at this, Judgy McJudgerson with a Lego profile. Judgy McJudgerson.
Unmuted.
Oh, here we go. We're back in court. I have to be quiet now. We were on break for the witness to read a lot of documents that AJ is about to ask him about, and for the prosecution to review them as well.
Bring the jury.
Did I hear Papa John's read over the radio? Claire, thank you. This is an incredible.
Welcome back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here.
Marty Jane, welcome to the jury. Thank you so much for your support.
I'm not going to
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
That whole page is black. It's either heavily redacted or it's the worst use of toner known to man.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission...
Hold on.
Sure.
It's at 114.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
You have to lay foundation. Not at this time. That's a code.
In your
word from the
opinion,
judge.
having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
He just did what we did.
May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay, so they're getting to the Proctor handwriting issue. If he can get there, he has to lay foundation.
Thank you.
He hasn't got there yet.
May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see what you're...
Of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, that's a thick
Sorry,
one.
could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
Can't tell from the cover. It looks like that's one of the evidence pictures with the label on the front. They might be photographs of evidence labels. Are there 47 pages?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Taillight pictures?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Okay.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it on a computer?
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided. to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Do you see his eyes? You see his eyes go.
Could it be E for identification?
Gail Betts.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
Yes, I am.
I expect to.
All right. I'm going to see counsel.
Here's Alan. Alan walks up fast. He's got a strong argument here. The judge is like, you want him to read all 47, all whatever, 80 pages? I said, yeah, I do. Why? That's a waste of the jury's time. Because he won't admit the content is flirtatious. And so I have to prove it to him line by line. And it's key to our case. This is a third-party culprit. It's key to our case. He won't admit it. His own stubbornness is getting him into this situation. And I said that yesterday, that he is so much of a stick in the mud on things that he doesn't need to be. Like he refuses to give an inch, even when it's true. That it's getting him into this situation, and it's going to be pulled out painfully slowly. So I'm going to go back and look at his eyes when he said, can you read that document to us? It's a big document. It's a big document.
I'm not going to argue about semantics.
No, I'm not going to argue. Okay, you ready? You ready for this replay? Here we go.
With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided
Watch his eyes.
by Brian Higgins.
Is that like that's me? You want me to read what? Oh man, he was not expecting that. Now the judge hates wasted time, and I can tell you, nowhere in the schedule did they plan on Yuri Buchanan, who happens to be a very, I would not say a slow reader, a deliberate reader, who is meticulous. And this is a good thing for police officers. These are qualities. I'm not knocking him in any way. He's meticulous. He's deliberate. He's precise in many ways about how he testifies on the stand. Asking him to read all those pages, that was a big 1-inch binder clip. Asking him to read all these text messages would take the rest of the day. He is multilingual. He testified he came here as a kid. So, like by age 9, he was here in the U.S. He grew up in the United States. And semantics. AJ wants to get this into evidence because Hank isn't going to call a lot of the controversial witnesses. I think the judge is looking at this and saying, I mean, first of all, we got to this point, right? We got this allowed in front of the jury. We just took a half an hour break because the prosecution wanted time to look at it. The witness should have had time to review it. She expected some of this to come in. And if she expected some of it to come in, you can assume that some of it is relevant. There's an exception around the hearsay rule or something like that. She's already sort of pre-ruled on this document, so she can't just say, no, I'm not going to let you read it, unless it's like a foundational issue, which can be cured by additional foundation. So AJ asking him to read all of it, she's like, whoa, that's not what I intended. But we're already partway down this road, and I don't think she can completely just back her way out of it. So the jury gets these text messages, right? They were marked into evidence, right? Yeah. If they're marked into evidence, the jury gets them for sure. Sorry, the phone is blowing up right now. Just 1 second. Cameraman pans up. I got a question. When appropriate, can you explain why this officer on the stand is so reluctant? I've been watching this trial. Waiting for the message to finish loading. I've been watching this trial wall to wall, and I don't understand what this gentleman is so afraid of. I've got to believe other viewers are also wondering. This is a great question. All we can do right now is speculate. I'll put that out there. All we can do is speculate as to why he's being reluctant. It could be that this is personal for him, that he's upset with the loss of pay. He's upset with the demotion of a friend or the firing of a friend, Proctor. They were pretty close. They were pretty tight. That he's upset with the way that the Massachusetts State Police is being portrayed by the defense as bungling the case, and upset of the allegations of corruption. These are all things that would be legitimately upsetting. The problem is he's an officer testifying to facts, right? Just facts. And those facts should lead us to the truth, and the truth should lead us to justice. And when he lets his feelings get between the facts and justice, then we see a reluctance to talk. That's what we would attribute it to any witness. Okay, if there's a witness on the stand that's mad about being out there, like, I don't want to be here. We've seen that. We saw that in Johnny Depp's case, right? We had his, I don't know, the big Hawaiian guy that called in from the car while he was driving or something like that. And there's some people that just don't want to be on the stand. It's like, I don't want this in my life. I don't want the headache. I don't want to be any part of this. I don't want to testify for either side. That's fine. But we don't get that from Mr. Buchanan when the Commonwealth is questioning him. He's all forthcoming. He's answering questions. Yes. We only get the hesitancy and the reluctance when defense does, which makes it look personal, which makes it look like there's either you're hiding something, or this is very personal and you've crossed a professional line here. That's my speculation there. We've got another call to judges saying, can you parse down these just to the pertinent text messages?
Call from Angela.
Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm calling with some news. And I know court will be back anytime, so I'll be quick. Two issues from yesterday bothered me, so I went straight to the experts, or in this case also known as Sport Affair or Shop, and I showed them the picture of recovered shoe and shoe shown in court. By them I mean the salesperson.
Yeah.
And with high degree of certainty, not the highest, but high degree of certainty, it is not the same shoe.
Different shoes. So
those are two different shoes.
Different models of shoes? They're both Nikes,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We saw the picture from John in the tavern, in the pub, the bar, where he was standing there. He crossed his left leg over his right and put the toe down and showed the bottom of the shoe. That appeared to be a solid white base on that shoe.
Yeah. Yes. And the one in the recovered, in quotes recovered, is clearly with black sole. I asked about would the lightning be like impact how the shoe looks, and he said no, it's clearly black or gray, but it's not white.
The problem I have with
white.
this is I know that we are watching court through a camera that is watching a TV that is portraying a picture, and the colors are off. Reflections are off. Lighting is off. Black levels are off. I can't to certainty accept that, because I know just on the monitors I have in my own studio, I know that a picture on one computer will look one way and on another computer will look another, because of, for instance, black levels on my TV monitor are not great. And we're capturing that with a camera from across the room. Hopefully we got a good focus. I give them a little more leeway there, and I'm going to have to stick with this. I think the soul is white in all the pictures.
Okay, I just wanted. Well, I just I had questions and could do better to ask than salespeople.
Yeah.
You know,
I wish we had the actual copies, like the digital copies of these photographs, so we could look at it without these intermediary problematic machines, cameras and TVs and all. Because I know the recordings for 911 would be a lot more clearer if we were actually listening to the recording instead of listening to a microphone, hearing all the echoes of the recording in court. The pictures would be a lot easier to decipher and analyze than portraying on a screen, which may or may not be high resolution and pixelation and everything else. But I agree with you. I like this level of scrutiny. In this area, I just think that's one area that we can't know for sure because of the inaccuracies.
yeah. And there is one thing that can help. I found out the name of the model that is shown in court. It's Nike Tanjun, and it is not, at least here, it's not in stores. So I don't know if you can find it anywhere else.
I just bought a taillight.
So, yeah.
Now do I need to buy a shoe? Only if I could get it in my size. I'm going to have to put some use to it. Do they sell them in 13 wide?
I'm not sure even if it's still, if you can even still buy it, because this is like 2022 shoe,
I'll have to go to like a sneakerhead and see if they can find them on the black market for me. Angela, I will say that the text you sent me with that video of the guy that was breaking the taillight inspired me to buy the taillight that I did this morning. That was very impactful. I think I might have reached a tiny bit different conclusion than you, but the idea of the taillight being edge lit by LEDs and using a diffuser to diffuse red light through a glass diffuser or through a clear diffuser, and then having an additional red colored lens over the top of it, it does change things for me. And if that diffuser is missing from the taillight of the car and found at the crime scene, there's no reason for what the testimony we heard yesterday as the car was pulling out of the driveway, that the officer said that we can clearly see red taillight with a clear piece missing.
I mean, it's, and don't forget the Jamie Cape did say the whole thing is missing, and the metal stuff is you can see metal stuff. How can you see metal stuff? It's like it does not make sense.
I think in the video you showed me, go to the video. The guy, when he was breaking the diffuser out, he talked about there being a chrome piece. There is a chrome reflective piece that's in there as well that separates the different parts of the taillight so that the reverse lights or the blinker doesn't bleed into the brake area. I think there's a reflector in there that he talked about as a metal piece.
Yeah.
So that might.
Did they also see that video? Because it has been circulating for weeks on YouTube and social media. Did they change slightly because of that?
They might have. I think a smart prosecutor or a smart defense is going to be monitoring some of the people that are looking at this and scratching their heads and saying, what if and what about? Because some of this stuff could be useful. All right, we're back. Angela, thank you so much for the call.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Right, so, jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
They're marked. She hates this.
I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. if you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right. With that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Let's settle into your
Thank you,
cozy
Your Honor.
chair.
I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one.
You got two now.
Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Okay, that aside from the little mark at the beginning, the little comment at the beginning where we're trying to be as expeditious as possible when the judge already clearly called a halt because you're not going to make him read all those, are you? Those comments were not appropriate. The judge apologized for a similar style comment earlier in the trial.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in
Standard instructions
marked as
beyond
Exhibit
that.
115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
I'm sorry, I like this.
Yes, sir.
He does not.
The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response, and that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a ha-ha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content. For instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff, and that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by, same person, how did you get my digits, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
The judge is like, this is painful. This is painful. Make it stop. There's got to be a way. Somebody said to look at Yuri's face when the judge starts doing the instruction. Trying to see. Trying to find it. Back up a bit. I think he knows what's coming. Okay, while they're at sidebar, this is the replay.
Person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do get past that and you do find that that burden has been met, this is not being able to show the truth of the statement. It simply showed that this information was in fact provided domestically for investigation.
Okay, so now watch his face.
Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
I don't know. I didn't see anything really interesting in there as far as his face. There was a look. Was there something before that? Rewinding. I saw this.
As I've told you before,
He doesn't look happy.
Before you consider any
He doesn't look happy at all. But that's it. He's just looking up at the ceiling.
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are. And you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read
question mark.
Which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray
bubbles appear to be Mr. Text response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or
no? Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please.
Please no.
All right. Can we turn the lights down? Can you see it?
Mood lighting,
Sergeant,
everybody.
with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it.
Left is Brian. Right is.
I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement.
Tickets are under $6.
Jesus. Is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive. Not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little.
Blue is Brian.
I'm a college professor.
Gray is Karen.
Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny. A savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night. For a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL.
If you have to say it.
No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me?
You tell him you texted me.
You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Starting
with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within?
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
January 14th, 3:33 p.m.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiancé is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty? Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So know what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this.
She did.
Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out?
That's a real estate term.
Yes. Are you? Deaf. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant. But I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay. Hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Dong. I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
You drank some water.
Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? 'Cause you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. Pfft. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal.
January 16th.
Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
It's a redacted video or a picture?
Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Poll. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still trouble. Haha. Why am I?
Alcohol.
Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran.
Take my trash.
My
there as
conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually... Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like. And probably pretty independent, too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's party? Excuse me, tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not, as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved. They get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing.
brief water break. He's doing a great job reading.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God.
No one will say it. No one wants to say the first
What
word.
now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like
you don't
to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? You see, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight.
What is that? Do I want to know?
Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over to mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny.
Soundbite?
Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
At some point, we're going to break for lunch.
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh. Which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said, bite me, like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around?
West Roxbury yelling your name.
Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Place so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK.
Let me
when
know.
You're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes 2 of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, midday show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know.
Nice.
Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works.
Both ways.
Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. The lights, please.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we can keep going.
Court, all rise to the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please. Goodbye.
So, that was painful. I think a couple pages of that could have been extracted, and we could have got the general idea. Summation. Karen reached out to Brian. Basically said, "Hey, what's up? We should hang out sometime." Brian responded with about 1 billion. What are you saying? What do you mean? Where do you envision this? Where do you see this going? Type things. They talked about drinking a lot. Not like drinking a lot, but they just talked about drinking a lot. And then it appears that they kissed, like he had come over to the house and then left. And so on John's cameras, he sees Brian walk her out to the car or something like that as she's leaving. And he questioned whether or not something was going on, but the kiss was off camera. No regrets there on either side. More teenage, do you like me, check yes or no, ensued. Back and forth. Lots of this could have been handled on a phone call, these text messages, and the back and forth, what do you mean? Get your panties in a bunch, everything. A simple phone call would have fixed this. Texting cannot convey the messages that they thought they were sending. So it was terrible. It looks like there was some sort of hookup, at least for drinks, if not more. And then at the very end, Karen goes quiet. She doesn't respond to a number of texts one day from Brian. And then her next response was John died, and that ends the conversation. I have to admit, I'm with Nicole on this one. Yes, it shows that there was flirtatious texting back and forth, but this looks bad on Karen. It shows that she was in a relationship but not committed to it, that she was acknowledging openly to other people there were problems, that she was seeking additional people, and thought that was okay because, and her explanation is, I'm single and we're not getting married. And they were looking for somebody who would be safe, and by safe, wouldn't talk. They say talk out of school. Wouldn't they're saying wouldn't spread rumors and be like, hey, guess who I hooked up with. So she wanted to quiet somebody. It's not a good look, especially if this sort of culminated with John dying right around the time they hooked up. Now, I can see the other side. I can see the other side where you could say that the prosecution or the defense might say that this would be the motive for Brian, who has now got a significant love interest in Karen Reed, to be jealous and knowing they're not happy, want to put a stop to the relationship so he can be the full-time guy. But mostly I think it just looks make Karen look bad. I do want to see AJ ask Sergeant Buchanan, so would you say those were flirtatious? And just not for his yes or no, I could care less what he says, but just to rub in Sergeant Buchanan's face that the only reason he had to read all those was because he refused to say they were flirtatious. All right. I feel like my knowledge of relationships and romance took like a 20-year step back after reading that. That was so many times childish and stupid and silly and gamesy. I'm so glad I don't have that in my relationship. I'm so glad. Oh my goodness. That was a tough one. So, not happy with AJ for pulling that in. It was irritating. It was juvenile, childish, very childish on both sides. I'm not saying this one side or the other. They're both adults, and there was shared responsibility there. But I mean, it's shared on her part with texting out of the blue, getting your number. Hey, you're from the same place. We should hang out, and then waiting, and she's fishing for compliments. So you only say one nice thing a day, just begging for compliments. And on the other side, Brian's like, so say it. Say the word. What do you want from me? Say it. Say it. Yeah, we hang out sometime. What do you want? Say it. I'm like, oh my goodness, guys, get a room. But it was terrible. It was terrible, and I'm glad it's over. I hope we don't have to rehash any of it. Blue Eyes, why don't I wear my ring? Mostly because I need it resized. I got the ring when I was a skinny young man, and it doesn't fit. I'm looking actually at getting one of those smaller ones. The ring would have been, if I had kept wearing it every day, it probably would have still been on my finger, and be great, because they sort of, keeping the ring on your finger sort of keeps it the right size, keeps your finger the right size. But I worked in a metal shop where, for safety reasons, we could not wear a ring, and it was just on and off and on and off and on and off, and I got into the habit of not wearing it, period, because I didn't want to lose it, and so I don't. Good question, though. Mine had to be cut off. I don't want that. That scares me to death. Let's see. Wendy says, Ari, he wasn't in a relationship, but not a good friend. She cheated, was in a relationship, not a good friend. Yeah, I'm not going to give anybody Heisman trophies. That's what they're the best of the year, top of the class. I'm not giving out Heisman trophies to either person in this situation. It was bad. I'm not going to measure who was more bad. It was bad. All right. If you grow, you never get it off. That scares me. I've got a family member who got her finger stuck in the screwdriver hole at the top of a ladder. She lost her balance, tried to catch herself, and her finger went into the screwdriver hole at the top of the ladder. And then she fell, and the ladder fell on top of her, and that had to be cut off. They had to use like the jaws of life to cut the ladder apart. It scares me. I'm nervous even getting my ring sized when they're like, "Oh, see which one fits." I'm like, start with the big one. Start with the big one. Work your way down. When you find something that's good, just stick with that one. Don't go any smaller. I'm so worried about that. It's one of my life's fears. All right, we are set up. I don't know what time. Thinking we've got 45 minutes. I think 1:45 we come back. Does anybody know for sure? I think so. That's what I'm going to set up for. We're going to do a portal over to the afternoon session. It starts at 1:45. We'll come back earlier if that happens, or if I get word that we're coming back earlier. Not seeing that. Greeno says once again, first in chat. That's like 4 times in a row. It's going for another record. Okay. Setting up the portal now. There we go. Portal is being built. We started with so much spice, and we ended with our wanting to claw our eyes out. I'm struggling to stay awake. It was terrible. We got both mixes. Hopefully we get back to the spice when we come back from lunch. That would be wonderful. AJ, if you can arrange that, that would be good. I'm worried, though. I'm worried because those are just the texts between Brian and Karen. I wonder if there are any texts between Brian and John. Do we have to read all those too? All right. Court resumes at 1:45. I'll come back 5 minutes early then. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again with part 2 of day 14. Excuse me, day 13. Friday the 13th day of court. There it is. But it's only the 9th of May, luckily. It's not Friday the 13th. We're going to be back here this afternoon for the rest of it. It's going to be, well, probably about 2.5 hours, 2.5 to 3 hours worth of trial this afternoon until about 4 o'clock. And then the weekend is upon us. So hopefully you guys are making some plans that include something that either celebrates the memory of or celebrates your mother. If that's something that you feel inclined to do, I highly recommend it. It's even just a card, even just a call would be appreciated, I know. If you're able to. I know there's some situations where you're like, nope, not calling that woman. But most people aren't in that situation. So anyway, you guys have a good lunch. We'll see you after lunch. That's it. Bye-bye.
He's the guy.